Looks like we up. Looks like we up. Let me let me get settled in here, folks. Okay, that's good. And let me get the link and tell everybody in the Discord. Announcements at everyone. Which time? Paste. Send now. Okay. It's in the general. Late start, but here I am. Which emoji? Okay. Okay. Holy moly. So basically, I spent the entire day. I mean, not the entire day. I played video games, went for a walk, got some groceries, dinner, and watched some YouTube. Did plenty of other things today. But the work that I did do on the game today was 99% design stuff. So literally just hanging out in my text document. And a lot of that was also writing dialogue. So that meant a lot of me trying my hardest to write old-timey 1700 sounding dialogue and then having ChatGPT proofread it and mistake and correct all my stupid mistakes when I'm using thou and shit wrong. And then making sure that all of my dialogue options are even sort of coherent and possible within the design of the game, within all the sort of branching possibilities. And also did some scoping down. So I think I have a nice idea of. In fact, let me bust this out. I think I have a nice idea of the scope of the game as it will be released. Let's see, cam only. Okay, so Frank Reynolds, how's it going? Playing around with Playmaker tonight. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, it goes well tonight. It goes good, and that sounds like fun. It is always fun to horse around with Playmaker. If you need any help with anything, always never hesitate to send me a message, even if it's for macro. What do you call it? Design ideas, right? There's too many ways to do everything, and maybe I can help you zone in on something if you're struggling with anything, or even just curious. Anyway, so oh, by the way, I think I might sound like I'm far, eh? Let me move my drink. Fuck, hold on, actually. Okay, mic's right there. Hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better now. Pop this back in my mouth for oral fixation. All right. So, which way does it go? Right here. So, was going to have first teaser today. Guess what? That ain't happening. Wow, didn't see that coming. First playtest tomorrow? Don't think so. Wow, didn't see that coming. So instead, what I think I'm gonna do is, just because I made some like grander sort of design decisions today, is I think Saturday would be a good day to release a teaser. I'm gonna shoot for this now, so putting teaser on Saturday, and then over here, this has second play tests. Nope, this is just first play tests now, right? First, and then 2 days later after launch. So guess what? Only one round of playtesting. So, no doubt we'll ship a game that is imperfect, but hopefully in good enough condition for people to enjoy themselves. So basically, what the setup is that I don't know if I mentioned this before, but that the game would take place over the course of 3 days. And now I'm just like, how about just one day? So hopefully I cut the scope down to a third of its original premise. Probably more than that, to be honest, because I also, by cutting down the days, I've also sort of removed other mechanics. So for your farm, you used to have your chickens, your goat, and what was the other one? Chicken, goats, and it's been so long. Oh, and your carrots, right? So you have crops. But now, I should turn off my night light. But now you just have the one, right? The eggs that we've been working on, the little chicken coop. So like Bethesda, I don't know what that's. Is that because of my schedule? Oh, buggy, imperfect. Yeah. Like that. So yeah, we're only gonna have one day. It's only gonna be eggs for now. I'll see about trying to at least put your goat and your carrots there for cosmetic sake. And what I would like to do is at the top of the game, like on the main menu or whatever, sort of put a little, development, what do you call it? Timeline, right? Little production timeline. So people know that the game they're playing is incomplete, and that I would like to add more to it. But no promises. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's what I did today. And I have a few items that I would like to put on my to-do list, but I'm going to first review what my to-do list had last time. Oh, I did horse around in it a little bit today. I didn't horse around, but I cleaned some things up with Animator. So for example, and dialogue stuff, I should say. So I made it in events. What did I do? I changed something. Oh, I think I changed some of the husband's logic. And then the main story, the story progression, I changed what happens here. I just I made sure that the conversations were coming up at the right time. And so now, yeah, the husband will start a new conversation with you once he gets inside. We did that yesterday. And I think it's just that I started writing his... Oh no, I did a little test to see if he should call out to you through a dialogue system. Anyways, don't even worry about that. We're just going to add things to this to-do list. So I think one of the first things would be... I feel a little embarrassed doing voice recording on stream, but also I feel like that's a reasonably entertaining thing to do on stream. It's not programming necessarily. I would have to read things for husband. Yeah, maybe I should do some husband recordings. Will you guys humor me if I do? God, I am a little embarrassed. Just have to get over it. um, yeah, maybe I do that. Let me put this on this thing. So, delete this, delete. Okay, I'm gonna say, which dev stuff tonight on stream. Okay, and we'll do husband voice recording. Husband dialogue trees. I guess we could set up the dialogue trees because I already wrote all of his dialogue in a separate document. Maybe that's what we do. Okay, actually, I'm down with this. Let me see. Does this fit? I wonder how the window's gonna look. Oh, weird. It puts like black around it. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe bring it out a little bit. I just have this narrow. Don't fret, you'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. So, husband at door, this conversation. This should not be husband at door anymore. There is no husband at door conversation anymore. Instead, it is... Did I already make it? No. Okay. So this one will be husband first enters. Okay. So, how does it start? Okay, so none of these are actually any of his dialogue. I have dialogue written, but I didn't delineate between whether it's just a voice recording versus whether it's actually part of the dialogue tree. Because there's some dialogue that characters are just saying. Like, for example, when the husband's banging at the door, it's just audio, but there's no dialogue tree for that. So you hear him saying all that stuff, and maybe I'll put a subtitle on screen or something like that. But like, there's no like responses that the player needs to make for those things. So one of the first things, I think the first, how do I start this? This is because there's so many branching paths. I think the move is, I'll delete this one. And his first, okay, right, so the start can change. So one of the options that he can first say is, mind the child, my lady. Okay, that could be one of his first options. Another option that he has is, oh, and then from that one, actually, that's not even from that one. That's interesting, because actually these don't even necessarily have responses from you. I could just have him say these things. If you continue to ignore him, he'll do himself, and then he'll berate you. Oh, you know, I didn't... Actually, yeah, I did. But then continue to tell you about the hair. Okay. I think they should be dialogue trees, even if you just say okay or whatever. Yeah. Just so the player's attention is on that moment. So mind the child, my lady. And then he can also say, as a starting line, what dost thou await? Okay. That could be another one. And then another starting one is, thus, the burden falleth upon mine shoulders, period. Okay. What else? Okay. And then another one is, oh, interesting. It's kind of a little loop because I can come to the mind the child conversation. Let me see. Create child. This one will be, I can copy and paste it. What ill fate hath befallen thee upon God's good earth? Hast thou been lost in slumber? I do believe a strange spirit curses our woodland. Thy manner must be shaped by such dark enchantment. Okay. So that's if you don't answer the door. And then after he says that, okay, this is getting interesting. I wonder, can I actually maximize this one? Oh, good. Okay. So arrange nodes vertically. Can I just move all these like this? Yeah. Okay. What ill fate hath befallen? Okay. And then from here he does a check. So I can make a link to here. I think this link priority, okay, so that's the thing, is I'm not really sure how to, I haven't used the dialogue system a whole lot, so the Pixel Crushers dialogue system. So I'm not super sure how to loop into some of these things. Because what do I use? I use Twine. I've used Twine to like create little basically flowcharts, but of what do you call them? Text adventures. And in that one, you set the conditions. Actually, you don't even set the conditions like that. John Jarrow, what did I miss? Not much. I just kind of caught up on what I did today, and then I started laying in these lines of dialogue in the dialogue system. Working on a dialogue system. Yep. So you're watching it happen now. Yeah, basically I want there to be, I don't want to have to rewrite this same line. Mind the child, my lady. I think that basically conditions, optional Lewis statement that must be true to use this entry. Is it possible to set normal priorities? Okay, they're both normal. Let's do a test to figure out when it decides. Because like if it starts and it says, I pick this one. Oh. Make link to here, and then maybe I delete this link. I think that's what it is, right? Goes there, and then you say a thing, and then it goes to this. But that's only if, okay. No, this still makes sense. This still makes sense, I think. Okay. I think though, window is in 4:3 aspect ratio. So the thing is, right now on my monitor, I'm using the full monitor. Or actually, I'm using 16:9 of my 22 to 1. 22 to 1? 22 to 9. I'm using 16:9 out of my 22 to 9. And in this 16:9 space, I have Unity taking up like 70% of the screen. And then the other side of the screen, I have my notes document that has all the dialogue that I wrote. So because I'm squishing it, this is only sharing the application window, which is why also you guys can't see whenever right, you guys can't see me in this menu, huh? If I open like Game Manager and I select Action Browser, it just looks like I'm not clicking on anything, huh? Like yeah, see, you guys can't see the Action Browser. Like right now I'm typing in the Action Browser and it doesn't show up. But it's okay. Really the only thing that you need to be seeing right now is the dialogue. Is this stuff. Okay. Oh, but I do need to put in the conditions. So I need to have I guess I can lower this, put this in here, go to that. This is probably a decent setup. Okay. Which is way harder than people think. Branching dialogue is tricky. It can be tricky. Yeah. I can't find a way to stop Playmaker from pausing the game when you get an error. Pissed me off a lot today, even though I checked the option from Playmaker and the console of Unity to not pause. That's weird. Let's see. Is it this thing, maybe? Something in here? Disable error checker when the game is playing. I guess that's on by default, right? Maybe if larger projects are slowed down, edit. Oh, that's just in editor. I'm not sure. I guess it's, yeah, I don't know. It's on the bottom left, no errors, and you click don't pause when you get an error, but for some reason it still paused my game, but whatever, it's okay. Did my playtesting by building the scene and trying it. Also, does it help if you close the Playmaker editor? Maybe? I don't know. Or maybe even restart Unity. Okay, what ill fate had befalleth, right? So this is like, let me go in the order. I have to organize this more because like I'm kind of getting confused just looking at this flow chart. So there is just, if you opened it immediately, the first thing that he says should be this one. I have been followed by a wicked spirit in the guise of a hare. Mine attempts to frighten it away were in vain. Whispered to me it did, tempted me with sinful promises. Methinks it angered by rejection, and that it now seeks to make harm on me and mine innocent family. Okay, so I'm going to copy that stuff. Create a child node here. This one will be that. So that's like one of the first things that he says. That's like the most, like, sort of like, it's probably the most possible thing. I feel like most people will go to this option first. I feel like they'll get, that's if they get their baby first. Okay, so that's what he'll say if everything's like, if they don't make him wait too long. And then also, I don't know how to change the ID. Sort, reorder IDs, depth, this conversation. Are you sure you want to reorder the dialogue entry IDs? Yes, let's just try it. I don't know what it did there. What is this? Play from here. Oh, I see. Okay. It's going to take some time getting used to visual scripting. I usually use GDScript for Godot, so right now I'm like a visitor in a foreign land, just trying to find my way around. Yeah, definitely a little different. I highly encourage typing in things in your action browser to look for things that you're looking for. I feel like probably the most valuable thing that you can have, like, to begin with, is just like, call it your vocabulary, right? Kind of like when you write code, it's like you have to know like the syntax exists to begin with when you want to use it. And I guess that matters in Playmaker too. Yeah, it's just a different language. But yeah, knowing, I guess, because the pool is limited of like the actions in the vanilla package, I feel like getting familiar with all the actions, that they just knowing that they exist, is probably like a good starting place. Okay, so also, I can't see the end of these either. Is it just because they're so long? Oops. It is. I can't see the ends of this. That's kind of a bad design. I should be able to see, because like that's delete link. This is just the priority, and then this is at least the organization of it, right? So this is, yeah, it does move them. That's unfortunate. If I maximize it, yeah, because then it's like they're so long. Oh, can I reorder from this window? No. Okay. Still learning dialogue system stuff. Okay. First thing they say is I have been followed. And then from here, what would he say? Oh, no, from here you say the first lines to respond. So create child node. This one is your first option to say. Thou cowers to a hare, is the man before me the hero I wedded, the hero that would undertake a swift hunt, that we may feast upon hare this eve? That is your first line of dialogue, like options. Okay, so that could go like that. And then there's another option that you can say is, I doubt not thy suspicions, yet we cannot afford to seclude ourselves all the day, lest we neglect our duties and fail to sustain ourselves and our child. I shall maintain mine distance from the devil hair. Okay, so that's that line. And then they'll both just go to end. Nope. Or actually, no, in this one, wait, shit. Oh, right here. If you say that to him, if you say the coward one, he will say, I am no coward. Prepare thy cutlery and herbs, my wife. I shall return with our evening fare. Okay, so create a child node. That's what this one says. And then you can make a link from here to the end. Okay. All right. And I need to put a placeholder one. I actually didn't write a line for this one. This one should say something like, you know, placeholder, like, thanks you for his trust. For trusting him. Okay. And then I think that also goes to the end. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think before they go there, they go to a new one instead. This one has to go to shit. Okay, because there's this end node, which is red, and I don't know if that means anything. Or if I can make anything an end node. Like, because this one's also an end node. It says end, and it might just be that that's what you put in an end node, right? Like, or that's what you write there to make it. Is that how that works? I guess I can test it. But I think the idea is, like, you say that you call him a coward. He says, I'm no coward. And then this one is like, can I title that dialogue entry to, like, goes to hunt? Okay, good. So this is the goes to hunt ending. And then this one, he says, attend diligently to our child, and withstand that hare's wicked wiles. I must make mine way to town for work, for I am already behind time. Okay, so that's actually this. I don't need to put a placeholder. That's this. And then you could create child node, and then this one is title goes to work. Okay, so those are the two paths in that one. He says I've been followed by a hare. Shit, hold on. Sorry, I'm just responding to some family messages that are kind of important. Okay, sorry about that. Bad Tunes. Hi, Steven. Hello, Bad Tunes. Hello, 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 and welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Sorry, I was just answering some messages right now. What was that thing you chewed? This is just a floss pick thing. I kind of still have something stuck in my teeth, but yeah, haven't been able to get it out. Sorry. Okay, so that's what he says if you just let him in and your child's not crying. But if your child is crying, then it comes here. And what's this one? What ill fate? What ill fate hath befallen God's good earth, has lost in the slumber? Do you believe a strange spirit cursed or woodland I must be shaped by such dark enchantment? This is if you open the door before, okay, before actions down, before action raised something with the hair. Okay, so I think after he says this, see, that's the thing, is I do want him to say that line and then not necessarily require you to say anything. And to just let him go to the next thing that he would normally say. Maybe I just make a child node that says like, you acknowledge this, whatever, it just like, and then you make a link to this, so it might look something like that. Um, vertically, does that work? Range nodes vertically alternate. Range nodes vertically. I think this is a fair one. Yeah, because it can go to this one, which is you made him wait for a long time. Okay, so the other option is that he says, I'm going to delete these ones because I don't see how that actually... Okay. So the other one, the other extreme, if you wait the longest amount of time for him to kick the door down, it's reusable. I mean, yeah, they're basically pretty reusable. You still buy like a big bag of them because you don't want to keep using the same one for a long time. I definitely don't use mine just once. I like hang on to it for like a little while, which I don't know, maybe that sounds kind of gross, but I feel like it's fine. It just feels fucking wasteful if I used it on my mouth one time after one meal and threw it away. That would feel crazy to me. I know you get this question so many times, but any updates on Memories of Spy? The only updates that I have on Memories of Spy are that it has not been, production has not stopped. Taking a little tiny hiatus to do day jobby stuff and to try to just kind of get my income back in order. And so during this time, I'm going to be trying to focus more on, things that are easier to ship for games, and some other YouTube related stuff. So during this time, I'm still kind of like, I'm thinking about Memories of a Spy. I'm even saving up money to hopefully have some people help me out with working on it. But it's in a good place. If you want, you can go to stevenscottday.gumroad.com. And if you go to the most recent videos on my YouTube channel that are about Memories of a Spy, you'll find links to the Gumroad. I don't know what you'd call it, the devlog. On Gumroad, I have a devlog that I was writing near daily. So there's daily posts that I wrote. So they have lots of pictures and GIFs and stuff. And it was between I want to say November last year all the way to July this year, about that range, that I was going full time on development of Memories of a Spy. So there's a whole shit ton of stuff there, and you can kind of see where it's at. We even did a play test. I don't know if you were there for that, but there was about a month or so that I was doing playtesting, getting a lot of feedback and bug fixing and stuff like that. It was a very pre-alpha playtest, but it was still, the first time that the game had seen the eyes of or had been seen by the public. And what else? Yeah, it's in a good place. There's nothing super duper in my way. I think I just kind of have to sort out some optimizations because of performance things, and then I can kind of just put my head down and get back to work. But I'm not sure that's going to happen before the end of this year because like I said, going to focus on smaller projects just to get the income going again. I stopped smoking, so I'm chewing on toothpicks like I'm a freaking beaver. Oral fixations, it's kind of why I had it in my mouth earlier too. By the way, I love the art style of this game. It looks fun. Oh, I totally missed a playlist. It's okay. And thank you. Yeah. If you're talking about this game as in the Witch game, thank you. I'm working hard to make a cohesive, a vibe, for sure. Okay, so, what Ilfei, right, you acknowledge this, it sends to I've been followed by. Oh, so the other option is if you wait until he just kicks the fucking door down. He says, Grateful am I to God that my wife's heart yet beats. Yet, how bewildered I am that she stands there in vibrant health, yet refused to unbar the door for her cherished husband. Like a woman. I feel like there's a lot of yets in here. Let's get rid of that. My wife's heart beats. Let's make this an and. Or I guess. No, yet is good there. Yeah. How bewildered I am that she stands there in vibrant health, yet refused. Maybe just skip this. Okay, so grateful I am to God that my voice. Should I do it in the voice? It might help to do it in the voice to make me stop being nervous performing in front of people if I do record these voices in a little while. Okay, he kind of has to start soft and then he starts getting upset. And the thing is, yeah, okay. Grateful am I to God that my wife's heart beats. How bewildered am I that she stands there in vibrant health, yet refused to unbar the door for her cherished husband. Like a woman possessed. Perhaps solely to behold me inflamed with ire? Is this what thou sought, to hear thy husband wail in fury? Something like that. Okay, so that's one of the options that goes from create child node from the top. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about this game. Right on. Don't be nervous. Not bad. Not bad, right? It sounds a lot better when I also put it through some like post-processing, and then depending on which character it is, like I might raise my voice, the pitch, in Audacity, like I might actually just take the audio and raise the pitch of the file to like be, if I'm like an old man, or like lower the pitch if I'm like Satan, you know what I mean? So after he says that, you have such a unique taste in games and movies. Recommend me some games or movies. I asked this question a year ago, actually, but the stream ended. Oh, my bad. Games. I don't know how much you're gonna like this answer, but I love, like, this might not be in line with what you're expecting, but I have been playing so much of the finals. I have not played this much of a single game probably since, well, to be fair, actually, since I've been playing it basically this entire year, I've probably never played a game this much. I think the only game that I could possibly have this many hours in is Counter-Strike. And maybe like Halo or something. But the finals is fucking crazy and amazing. You should play that. And then movies, I haven't seen this in a long time, but you should see Dogville. I was just thinking about it today because I was watching trailers for Lars von Trier's Antichrist, which I guess you can also go watch that too. Because I was like, oh, I feel like I'm also kind of like, this game has like Antichrist vibes, which is a movie I haven't seen in years, but I pulled up the trailer today just to kind of like refresh me on like some of the cool things that happened in it, and it did give me some ideas about how to solve some of these design problems I'm in the middle of. So yeah, go watch Dogville and Dogville, and then watch Antichrist. Those are both made by the same dude, and play the finals, and play all three. Play these three modes. Play the normal tournament style one, which I think is called Cash Out, or you could just join a tournament. Play Bank It, which is where you have to collect a bunch of singular coins, so every death spits out a coin. And there's also little cash boxes that like pop out coins. It's a really crazy. It's really, really sweaty. But then probably one of the sweatiest ones next to Bank It is Power Shift. Power Shift is like, there's a platform. It's kind of like a moving King of the Hill. It's kind of like the TF2 game where you push the bomb across the map, except it can go in both directions. and so it's kind of like a tug of war game, except instead of pushing a thing, you're just on a platform. So the more people from your team are on a platform, the faster it goes in that direction. But you're also a sitting duck, right? So, anyways, that game's hype as fuck. I fucking love the finals, man. It's so amazing. Um, I used to do theater when I was younger. I'm getting flashbacks. Right on. That's interesting. That's interesting. I actually never did theater as a kid. I was a theater tech, so I did like I built sets and did lighting and sound stuff sometimes. Oh, I've been playing the finals too. It is awesome. Oh, good. I'm glad. I fucking love the finals. Which modes do you play? I kind of play all the modes, but I think I mostly play Power Shift and Bank It. Um, I've been playing LA Noir lately. I love the cinematic feel of it. Yeah, that's a classic. I remember the first time I ever did shrooms. The next day I was playing LA Noir as I was recovering from like the fucking worst like nausea. Um, and it was a very comforting thing to play LA Noir like in my sort of like post shroom healing process. Okay, so Grateful Am, Mighty God, right? So when he says this, he'll then go into um I feel like you probably should say something after this. So you'd say like I'm just gonna put in another thing that says you acknowledge this, right? And then this can go oops, nope. This can make link to here. Okay. Because he'll always just end up telling you about the rabbit. So did I get everything? What ill fate? Yeah. Oh, and then what about this thing though? The whole like child. Um. Okay, so this is interesting. If your baby's still crying when he comes in, he says something different as opposed to if you already sort of hushed the baby. Um, but if he comes in and he just sort of berated you for taking so long, then does he still say mind the child? Um, Maybe before any of this is the mind the child stuff. So maybe it's something like if I delete this, and then okay, so here's what's tricky is that son of a bitch. I think the DLC of Finals are so cool and unique. I love it. Yeah, the DLC is sick. I personally haven't like changed any of my shit since like my character's cosmetics or anything since I first started playing the game. So I have all the default skins and everything. But I love seeing all of my teammates and opponents like gear. That shit like really makes me laugh. I think that shit is really cool. Years ago, I experimented with LSD and played a game called Thumper on PlayStation VR when VR was new. That sounds kind of crazy. It was an experience. Apparently, I played it for 12 hours straight. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Okay, so you. What is it? Okay, maybe if I read my thing, it says if you haven't settled the baby when he gets inside, he will make a comment about it. Mind the child melody. If you continue to ignore him, so it's just if the baby is crying. I feel like these checks, he doesn't check if the baby's crying. It just goes straight into him berating you. This one, he should do a check. Create child node. This one says, mind the child, my lady. Okay. Oh, you know what it is? It's because it's a dialogue that ends like immediately. So he says that, and then, oops. And I'll just put a, fuck, let me just copy paste this. You acknowledge this, and then it should end. Maybe, yeah, whatever. Yeah, so it says mind the child, my lady, and then the other option. Okay, so I did kind of have it right to begin with. Then let me put these over here, and then this. Oh, actually, that is the right order if I put these over here. And then, so he's always kind of on your ass about the baby crying. This one, he says, what dost thou await? So this one only fires off if he already said this and the baby's still crying. And then this one is what he says if he said both of these and the baby's still crying. But what's crazy about that is that it's just such a different vibe, because if he fucking kicks the door down, I have no desire to ever do it again. 12 hours feels like working hours. One time I accidentally watched, I don't the thought of this even stresses me out. Just about what I'm about to say is like, accidentally isn't the right word, but it's like one time I took acid, and then I went for a walk with some friends, and I thought we were all going to go do something, but then we all split up, and people had to like go home and do other shit, and I had already taken the acid, and I was like, all right, well, now what am I going to do? And at the time, I had just downloaded a shit ton of war documentaries, and I had like gigs and gigs of this like Vietnam War footage. And it was just like the raw footage. It didn't have any like narration and shit over it. It was just literally like somebody had uploaded like all this like super high res, like in color, like mastered Vietnam War footage. So I remember like just going home and be like, oh cool, my file's downloaded. Let me watch this, and like this is kind of an interesting thing. This little sliver of history, but kind of like not appreciating that I was on acid. And so I didn't like watch it and freak out or anything, but I remember watching it being like, oh, this probably isn't like a chill thing to watch all super tripped up. And I kind of just made the choice. I was like, you know what, like I'm going to choose to stop watching this, not because I don't care or I'm not interested or anything, but I feel like having just taken a psychedelic drug that I should probably spend my time doing something a little lighter. I don't remember what I did instead. I must have just like, watched a funny movie or fucking, which I guess also isn't a great thing to do trip. I don't know what is good or not good to do when you're tripping, but I did something else in that moment. Anyways. The buildup was some of the craziest anxiety I've ever experienced. It got a lot better, but the anxiety I had at the start was the stuff of nightmares, and I never want to feel it again. Yeah, trip anxiety is kind of like when you start to feel that spiral a little bit. Thankfully, I've never had a bad trip on acid, but I've always had this sort of like teetering, like, uh-oh, am I about to, get all scared and anxious? And then I kind of go like, no, and I calm myself down. That's happened a couple times. So basically, I have like a really good batting average on my trips. But I don't know if I could ever trip again just because of how anxious I get even in my sober moments. Demikos, what's up? What's up, Demikos? Demikos? What's going on? Dang, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Did something else. Had a little tripped up wank. Okay, so I need to sort this shit out. This isn't really getting any clearer to me. I feel like I'm stuck in the same sort of problem here. It's really just this curveball of him remarking on whether or not the child is crying. I could just eat it and make him say all of his dialogue like or maybe these options are only possible if he wasn't angry. If he didn't, so basically it's like if you make him wait, he'll say either of these, and if he says either of these, and the child continues to cry, then he will say, "Mind the child, my lady." Oh, okay, so maybe I can just do that, right? Go from here. Or maybe he has some other version. Create child node, and then you go watching Vietnam footage while on LSD feels like a parody. That is kind of funny. There is some irony in that for sure. I have a habit of overcomplicating dialogue systems. What is the story so far? It tends to get to a point where I lose control of the plot. I definitely haven't lost control of the plot. But this is still tedious to sort of organize the logic of this. You know what it is? It's because I'm still not super familiar with the dialogue system that like I don't know. Here's kind of what's in my mind right now. Is right like if these three are only said if you open the door before the husband starts getting really upset for like waiting too long, right? And if you make him wait too long, he says this one, and then these three can no longer be said again. And then if you make him wait all the way until he kicks the door down, he says this one, and then these three again still can't be accessed, right? Because we're starting from here. Like whenever the dialogue system starts up, it'll like pick up from here. But then what I would like is that if either of these, if you do get to either of these, so he's like angry because you made him wait, whether sort of to the halfway point or fully to the point of kicking the door down, then I would like him to say these lines first and not be able to say these lines, and then send back to these lines. But that's like a weird thing because it's like the thing that's been on my mind is like, okay, so how does this read the conditions then? Because for this, if I go in here into conditions, it has like all it's really checking for is like, is baby crying, right? So why wouldn't it just immediately go to this one? As opposed, like, because both of these could be true, right? Like, the baby can be crying, and you could have made him wait that long. right? So what happens in that scenario? It's like, does it just does it choose the one that has the most conditions? Optional Lewis statement that must be true. I guess that's what this is, right? This priority. Like maybe I just set this as high or something. Or above normal. The story so far, by the way, is that you wake up to your baby crying and your husband pounding at the door to let him in. The story, I think, is it? Let me check. Did I finish? Yeah, I did finish the full narrative of the game for the first day, which is, or for day one of the game. Um, so this could be the final thing. Maybe the game is only ever day one, but at least it's like I have enough narrative to fill the whole day one. But I have some ideas about how it can go into day 2 and 3 and stuff too. But I think, yeah, in order to ship a week from now, or less than a week from now, I'm gonna have to keep it down to a day. What is the gameplay loop? The gameplay loop is that it's like Stanley Parable in that it will react even when you don't do anything. The game just keeps going, the day just keeps going, and you can just get to the end of the day having done nothing. So similarly, as the day goes on, like everything, it's kind of like Groundhog's Day. It's kind of like Edge of Tomorrow. It's kind of like all those things. It's all those like stories of like the day where like fate is always like super like set in stone, and so you could predict things, and then you can at least like make choices that then slightly alter that course of things happening. And so the story can change very drastically based off of what the player chooses to do. So there's no gameplay loop other than play through the whole game. And if you really are desperate to find, well, what's the gameplay loop, then you can say interacting with objects and talking to people. That's like the most like that's the only thing that I feel like can really fit the definition of gameplay loop, because otherwise the game is pretty fixed in a more macro sense. There's a game like this, I don't know if you ever heard about it, called 12 Minutes. Yeah, is 12 minutes, though, from what I recall, is like you do actually loop through it. Isn't that what it is? I would like to play that. That's the Overhead one, right? That's the game where you play with Overhead. I want to check that out. The thing that I think this is probably one of the closest, like has the closest to is, uh, I forget what it's called, but it's an old PlayStation game. And it's like, I think it's like a murder mystery that takes place like in the mountains or something. It's like an old Japanese like murder mystery game. I don't know if it ever. I think it got like fan translated, but I don't think it ever got like an official translation. I also don't know much about it and have never played it, but I was once looking for games that had this sort of setup and found that. Okay, so I think I should just test this dialogue, because I think I'm just getting stuck on not knowing exactly how the Pixel Crusher's like dialogue system works under the hood. So if I just give this some tests really quick, I can at least start to begin answering some of my questions. So I should just commit to something even if I'm not 100% convinced that it would work. So I think that means that I do make a link to this one. Oh, or oh, now that's really confusing though. I wish you could put the conditions on the link. It's so weird that you don't put the conditions on the link. It's interesting. So yeah, even here it's like I can choose if all of the conditions must be true or if any of the conditions can be true. Yeah, it's like faith is always lurking. I love this style. Yeah, basically in 12 minutes, everything happens under 12 minutes. It's kind of funny because is the day night cycle, or is it? My day night cycle is 10 minutes. I thought I set it to 11. I think I'm gonna need to tweak that too because I need to make sure that like all these things that I'm setting in order can actually happen within a reasonable time frame. Okay. You acknowledge this. It's like, what ill fate hath befallen? Okay, and go remind of a child. I think I remove. What in the fucking world? No, I don't want that. And I think I delete that. But maybe I just it irks me, but like the simplest answer I can come up with is I copy paste this. I literally just make two versions of the same lines of dialogue. Love me a good day-night cycle. Video games standing at one play for 10 minutes feels like hours. All right, I'm just going to try it. This sounds so stupid, but I'm just going to try it. And I'll set these as priority. They are high priority. Oh wait, shit, that's to the link. Oh, okay, so that's normal. Oh, I see. So here, oh, okay. God damn it. See, then how am I supposed to set the priority of this one? I played one game that had a secret ending, but you had to stand in one place for like 4 hours without being AFK. Stanley Parable? No, Stanley Parable has some great ones. Like that. This is a really frustrating interface. I want to be able to use this interface right now, but I have to like, okay, I could just do this. That's annoying to have to do. So these two should be priority. I'm going to put high and high. Okay. And all right, I think I might be onto something. If both of those are high priority, then I could set their conditions to be that a new variable called time waiting at time waiting, let's see, husband wait at door time. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. It's a number that is between 10 and 20 seconds. So we only go to that if that's true. This one, similarly, is between 21, or no, is just greater than 21 seconds. Apply. Oh, Charlie's playing Black Ops 6. I thought Charlie didn't like multiplayer games anymore. Wait, what? Are you talking in the right? Hold on. I played one again. Yeah, the DLC was great too. Is that a line from Stanley Parable? Oh, Charlie is playing Black Ops 6. I thought Charlie didn't like multiplayer games anymore. I don't know what that means. Oh, Moist Critical. Oh. Yeah, I also haven't played Call of Duty in a while. Okay, this is starting to make sense. These also need a condition. These will have the condition for it's a new one called baby is crying. It's a Boolean and it's true, right? Apply. This will have a condition for baby is crying is true, but it has to also satisfy a new number called hush baby requests. If it's 1, okay, apply. And I'm going to copy this, go to this one, and say the conditions is the same thing, except this is 2. Okay. And these two will send to end. make link to here, make link to here. Okay. And I think that means that when you say it, when it first gets said, that the variable of hush baby requests, set it to, or add 1, apply. Okay, and that means that it also gets placed here. Okay. Okay. I think I guess let me try this last bit in, because if this all works, then that'd be cool if this last bit also works. It would be that all of that happens, and then I'd make links to this. Okay, come on. Super close. Is Call of Duty even great anymore? I just play the old games. Call of Duty had some awesome campaigns. I haven't played any of the modern multiplayer games. Or I did one evening, and just, I don't know. There, a lot of Call of Duty just cosmetically always feels like I'm playing with BB guns or like the airsoft kind of stuff, and like it always just, I don't know. I've just, Call of Duty doesn't have as much of the oomph that Battlefield does, and I don't really care for like how balanced or fucking like tightly wound up the game is with a competitive scene. It just feels kind of like a toy, and I'm just more into like games that give you kind of like a, I don't know, that puts you into something more extraordinary. So I'm more of a Battlefield guy. That's also why I play so much the finals, because they're ex-Battlefield devs. When I was introduced to Arma 3, I'm a sucker for history, and with mods I was able to play Rifleman or Grandfather's Unit in World War II Normandy on a map that's half scale. That's crazy. That's insane. That's awesome. I still do want to try Arma 3 one day. It just seems so deep. I would probably want to do it with friends. I have to be in the mood for it, because with all the mods, DLC was over 300 gigs. That's so crazy. Nevermind, Critical is playing only the campaign mode. Right on. The campaigns always look like fun, or at least the old ones. There were some huge steps like in campaigns that Call of Duty was responsible for. I was also playing Call of Duty World at War. That I was playing that last year. That game is still, it's mechanically so simple and everything, but it's just, again, it's like the vibes thing, and it's just kind of like the spectacle and the space of it. But you know what I played a little bit of last year, or a little bit of this year, was Medal of Honor. I played one of the OG Medal of Honors. Let me fire up my GOG really quick to see which one it was. What was it? It was a lot of fun. I actually didn't even beat it, because one of these last levels was really, really fucking hard. Medal of Honor War Chest, which is Allied Assault. Allied Assault is still really sick. It's like immersive for being so like, fake's not the right word, but like, you appreciate like the sort of like artistry and the facade of it. Like, it feels more like, it doesn't feel like you're in World War II. It feels like you're in like a dream or a painting of World War II. And so you can kind of like embellish the sort of like theatricality of it, and it's super fun. Um, Battlefield 1 is still awesome. I fucking love Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 4 are my favorite all-time Battlefields. Battlefield 4 was my go-to for so many years. It was just like, it still is crack. It's still amazing. I guess it's kind of an apples and oranges thing. But last year, last year, I got so crazy fucking addicted to Battlefield 1. Might have been the year prior. I got so crazy addicted to Battlefield 1, and it replaced all the time I sank into Battlefield 4. It is such a different thing because one's modern and one's period, but like the theatricality of Battlefield 1 is so amazing. I also enjoy the sort of like the narrative of the sport almost. You know, it kind of, I mean, it is a sport, right? Because it is turning history into a sport. It's like, you know, this side versus that side, and here's what happened, and you know, you play out. And I loved those campaigns. I forgot what it's called, but it's the mode where you can play, sort of like a long campaign, right? Where you move from one side of the map to the other, and based off of who wins, does the sort of like the narrator and like the cutscenes or whatever explain, like, if it was accurate to history, it'll say, okay, here's what happened in history. But then if the outcome, because the players like played differently than the way history turned out, it'll acknowledge that. It'll say like, if this side won instead, this is how it would have changed history, kind of thing. I thought that was pretty cool too. And it's just so hype. The music is so hype. The rolling out, the screaming with your your teammates. All of the voice acting is so amazing. It's just so crazy visceral. I fucking love Battlefield 1. Arma 3 realistic, one shot will kill you. Yeah, the realism in a lot of the games is also hype as fuck too. It's such a just what kind of mood am I in thing. There's also Arma 4. It's called Reforger. I haven't opened it in a while, but maybe they made some cool new mods. Frank, check out the history of World War II online. Medal of Honor came out before Battlefield and Call of Duty. Yeah, Medal of Honor was the OG thing. In fact, Call of Duty was an answer to Medal of Honor. I think it was. I think the first ever Call of Duty was actually a Medal of Honor title that got abandoned by whatever studio was producing it, and then repurposed, like when the studio got like sold or something. Like something happened on like the business side of things. So I'm pretty sure that the first ever Call of Duty was actually a Medal of Honor game that got sort of lost in a production pipeline, or like in the sort of like that just kind of got lost in like like in shitty budgetary problems. And so whoever's hands it eventually found itself in, they were like, well, we legally can't call it Medal of Honor anymore, so let's just rename it, because it's still just a World War II game, or a war game. I forget which one it actually was. But then, so then they came out and called it Call of Duty. I'm pretty sure that's the history of it. I may be wrong, but I'm almost certain that that's the history of it. Oh, look who it is. It's a Robohemoth. Oh, what, Halloween game? Yes, making a Halloween game. This is my witch game. I'm surprised you haven't caught wind of this yet. I've been going for a good, I think, has it been? It's been about a week now. I can't believe it's been like a week of streaming. I didn't stream every day, but yeah, I've been streaming a lot. How's it going, man? Welcome. And welcome in Laker Mouse as well. Battlefield 1 feels like a movie. It's truly cinema. Yeah, great moments in Battlefield. Fucking goddamn, I love that game so much. Arma 3 is less of a game and more of a straight-up milsim. Yep. With Arma 3, the medics don't just slap a medkit on you. You have scissors, morphine, plasma. That's actually sick, though. I do love that. I do love that, too. Okay. So these go here. They acknowledge that. I think if you're I think I can make a link that goes directly to here. See, and then here's where I'm like, this is confusing because if I put in a condition, what's a pass-through condition? Should I just, God, I feel like I should just read the goddamn manual. Pixel crushers pass-through. Okay. Conversation waits here until player completes a non-conversation action such as opening a specific door. Or alternatively, waits until one of the door number condition fields is true. Or do you want to skip the response menu when there's only one valid play response as in the example below? I just don't know what pass through even means. I wish I could just be taken directly to the documentation. Pixel Crushers dialog manual. Dude, I get so lost in Battlefield. Okay, here we go. Can I search this? Pass through. This is not helpful. Dialogue editor. Conversation templates. Checks for issue dialogue manager. Triggers and interactions. Maybe this is actually other trigger components, selectors and usables, barks, that's not right. Variables, variable groups, conversations, node editor. Dialogue entry. Okay, hold on. Hold control while releasing mouse in lasso section to create a group. Wait, hold control while releasing mouse in lasso section to create group. Right click heading to rename or delete. Okay. To be fair, I am crafting quests and stuff in this. Like technically that's what I'm doing. And they do, and dialogue system it has features to facilitate that, but I feel like I'm kind of trying to force my way through using the dialogue system without the quest features and sort of doing my own homebrewed version. So maybe that's why I'm running into some problems. Recreating days. Being able to roleplay as my grandfather's pretty dope though. Company K, 116th Infantry. I remember, Frank, when you were doing when you were modeling like a tableau, you were modeling like a diorama or like a scene of like a plane of your grandpa. Conditions. Oh, that helps. Jeez. All right. Menu outline. Oh, interesting. I should not look at it like that. How do I go back to normal mode? God damn it. Menu. Nodes. Okay. I'm gonna drink some normal ass water right now. I also have a cufflink taken from a dead SS officer. Took it as a souvenir. That's crazy. I'm a family historian. I have a ton of stuff from the war. Man, those are crazy ass stories. Okay. I suppose I could make little empty nodes. So if I delete this and make another child node, and this child node, I can say the condition is that the baby is crying is false. And the husband wait at door time is less than 10. I think that might actually be chill. And then I can make a link to here. So I can title this one, Not Crying, Not Mad. I wonder if that would work. If it just kind of skips this one and goes to this. All right, I think it's time to try this out. What's a good way to test this? First of all, move camera to player. Return controls. Go to husband. And in here, we're going to set dialogue system variable. This can't run every frame. Oh, okay. Time knocking at door. Let's see, not so fun fact. The first wave of the 29th to hit the beach had a 98% casualty rate. Whew. Boy, oh boy. Time knocking at door. Okay, maybe I make this. I really wish I had sweets right now. Oh, I have a plum. You know what? Let me do one of these really quick. BRB, grabbing a plum. What time is it? 10:36. Left at 10:36 p.m. PST. Right there. Okay, be right back. I'm back. Got a plum, but I also got, excuse me, some of these gummy bears. These gummy bears aren't great. They're not like Haribo or whatever the standard gummy bears are, but they're not bad. And then I got this juicy little bitch right here. Okay. So let me get this straight. With Playmaker, I can make a game with 60 flowcharts. Yeah, basically. It's a lot easier to understand than this fucking dialogue system graph. Both flowcharts. One of them I feel makes a little bit more sense. Okay. Oh yeah, did you crack into Playmaker now, Frank? Also, please let me know if smashing on this plum is obnoxious. And I can push the mic away further or something. Entered house conversation. Here we go. Call this one husband first enters. Okay, so I select that. Call it that. Boom. Okay. Oops. Okay. Whoops. Does all those checks. This is when he first enters a house. And in enter home is when I could put the set variable. And that is what did I say it was? I'm going to copy, hush baby requests. Baby is crying. Wait, baby is crying is not the other one. What's this one? Husband wait at door time. There we go. Setting it with time knocking at door. Definitely playing around with Playmaker. I love Godot, but I sort of want to try making a 3D game. Godot can do 3D, but not like Unity. Still has work to do in that respect. Yeah, I've seen people make pretty cool stuff, 3D shit, with Godot. I thought it was there. I thought they really got there. Okay. Husband wait at door time, get set with that. That makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. And then it's getting there. That's the only thing I need to set, right? In the husband's thing. Oh. How do I reset the conversation? Let me open these fucking gummy bears. God, I'm such a fat kid. I'm like, I feel like a stupid animal trying to get into these things right now. Son of a bitch. Okay. If it starts with the kid crying, how does he know how to reopen the conversation? He does the end right there. Oh, and then he just waits like another moment. Okay, so this end is like wait for baby to stop. So that closes the dialogue system. And then it also should send an event to the husband. Can't use that one. I have to get rid of that. Has to be something different. Major reason people started using Godot recently, because Unity messed up. Something rather than you cut that would take your game. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while. Yeah. Unity made an announcement. They didn't even change anything. They made an announcement that they were going to. People totally lost their minds. a lot of people acted super. They're just very reactive. It was like months before anything was going to happen, and everybody's kind of jumped ship. It was in bad faith. Unity did fuck up. It was a really shit PR move. But in the end, the public was like vocal enough, and Unity changed everything about what they said they were going to do. And now the deal is actually better for independent developers than it was before. It's actually no runtime fees until Unity 6, and with all versions, it's like the sort of revenue cap. The revenue cap got increased. It just like it overall got really like a way better deal, and it's kind of thanks to people getting upset and saying "fuck you, Unity." But otherwise, if you're a Unity user, basically nothing's changed. Big reason why I love Godot is it's easy to learn and it's open source. I'm supporting open source projects. Yeah, supporting open source projects is great. Blender is fucking amazing. GDScript is a super easy language to learn if you're familiar with Python. Yeah, and I've heard that people are having a really easy time learning scripting. Okay. I think that when this conversation is done, it needs to... Okay. Excuse me. Baby is crying. Let me at least set that really quick in the baby. Baby cry. Variable name, baby is crying, bool value by the same name, set bool value, baby is crying to true, take both of these, make him stop in here, change this to false. Okay. Husband first enters, I believe, is based off of just the husband entering, right? I guess we're about to find out if this shit actually works. Here we go. Cross your fingers, y'all. Doing engine, I have no problem shit talking as RPG Maker. RPG Maker is absolute garbage. Alex says, hi, Steven. Hello, Alex. Alex, please cross your fingers that this works right now. Okay, the husband's already... Oh, because the husband came in prematurely. I waited too long. Let me do this quicker. Keemstar. Okay, come on. Okay. So I get up. Okay. And then I just... Oh, he already entered. So he's going to be mad. What ill faith had befallen upon God's good earth? Okay, I acknowledge this. Okay, and then he does mind the child. Okay. That actually worked better than I thought it was going to. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I didn't have faith that that would work. Okay, so two things. Let me just triple check that this is working the way I think it's working. Let's make him wait a little bit longer so that he has to wait like, what does he wait? 20 seconds is when he kicks the door down? Shit, I already forgot the conditions. This one is if it's greater than 21 seconds. This one is if it's between, or no, if it's less than or equal to 20. If it's less than or equal to 20. But, okay. But this one is greater than 21. I think this one should be to 20. Okay, we're gonna make him wait for 20 seconds. This changes to 20 seconds. Save, go back out, save, game. All right, let's play this. Let me see what you cooked up. Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to put a thing in there that makes it wait before it cues the husband. All right, so I'm gonna let him in, and he should just mention the baby crying. No, he goes immediately to that one. That doesn't make any sense. Husband. Fuck, maybe it didn't work as well as I thought it did. Husbando. We waited for 12 seconds, and he went straight to... Oh, yeah. So let me change it. Oh, that's right. This one is... Okay. So let's change it to 16 seconds. Is that really how long it takes? Okay, hold on. Okay, 16 seconds. I misread the condition. Okay, here we go. I'm like speed running this right now. Okay, I'm gonna go to open it. Okay. Yes, and he just says mind the child. And I acknowledge this. Okay, good. Okay, it is working. So now I just have to make sure that the dialogue for each of these points, this one does not go there. This, create a child node. This one goes like, I feel like I should put that there. This one is goes to hush baby himself. Or call this husband hushes baby. Okay. But all of these need an end condition that I haven't necessarily have any of these things. What does this say? This one doesn't have that. Old lady. This one says story continue, free will opening. This one says story continue. I think I just need the one that says dialogue basic events, end conversation. Dialogue space / end conversation. So, here's where I do that thing I hate doing. Right click, add tab, inspector. So we have two inspectors. I'll lock this one and then select this, select this, add a scene event to dialogue basic events. The function is it 1, 2, 3, 4? So it's 0, 1, 2, 3. This one. Send event string. And what did I say it was? It was that's so annoying. Dialogue space / end conversation. Okay. And I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And I'll just, for the time being, I'll send them all here. Okay, let's see if that works. Tony Bilbrew. Is that's not, what was your name before? What's up, Tony? Hold on, here we go. Okay, I gotta speed run this again. That wasn't your last name before, was it? Okay, open the door. He comes in. The baby's crying, right? So he should tell me to hush the baby. Mind the child. Okay, great. Oh, there's nothing that reactivates that, though. Son of a bitch. So he'll just sit there and never talk to me again. Fuck. Okay. It's Steven. Yo, how's Memories of Spy coming? Memories of Spy is coming along great. I feel like I should point people to like a frequently asked questions video for that thing. I do need to make like an update video just to kind of keep people posted. I should just do that. That's what I need to do. That'd be much easier if I could just direct people to that. It's in a good place. I'm taking a little break from it, just a tiny little mini break, to do day job stuff, to work on smaller games like the one I'm making right now that hopefully will come out in time for Halloween, as well as some other like YouTube related stuff that's not necessarily tied to game development, but some other YouTube-y stuff. Trying to get some income going because Memories of a Spy is not the most marketable thing. My first Playmaker game should be a psychological horror game about standing in line at the DMV with a full bladder, letting out a little pee-pee at a time without getting caught. Hamilton! Yeah, Tony Hamilton. Right. That's right. Gotcha. I'll definitely support. Thank you. Much appreciated. Why the name change? Bilbrew. Is that... I don't know which one's real. Or if any of it was ever real. Okay, so when he stops... The husband entered the house conversation. Okay. I think I know how to solve this, maybe. I do a little, is conversation. Okay, it starts a conversation, and then it asks, baby is crying. Oh, that's an int result. God damn it. It checks if baby is crying is true or false. And then it tests the bool. If it... I guess I can like do a wait instead of running every frame and make this an action sequence. So it waits. No, I don't put the wait yet. Gets the thing. Baby is crying. Oops. Baby is crying underscore. Or just question mark. That's yes. No. If the baby is crying, then it asks, is conversation active? And if it is active, then don't do shit, right? Go and check again. So put like a wait state. I'm not sure I'm doing this right. I've never made a system like this. Bill Brews my... wait. Well, I'm playing the fuck out of this on Halloween. I hope so. I really hope so. I would love to see you play it. I would love to see anybody play this. Anybody who wants to play this, tiny request from me that you at least record your playthrough, maybe, and send it to me. It doesn't have to be public. If you want to stream it, that would be cool. But I would also just like to see it regardless. Bill Brew is my real one. I use Hamilton for security purposes, but somehow it shows my real name. Oh, weird. I'm out for now. Chat soon, brother. Looks awesome. Thanks, man. Robohemith. Catch you later, bro. Brev. Rosif. Frank Reynolds says I usually never use my real name online. And here's my dumbass. Where I fucking put my real name on everything. Okay. So is baby crying? Yes. Is conversation active? Yes. Then you wait 2 seconds. And then you do that again and again. But if conversation is not active, oh, you do this. You ask if baby is crying again. If conversation is not active, wait, should I put that up here then? Baby's crying, yes. Conversation active, no. Then you say, you do this again. If baby's not crying, then you could just end right here. I don't know what that is. I think that makes sense. Okay, let's try it. Playing the game. Frank ain't it. I have to share my name with rich douchebags. Let's see. Up your ass. Wake up. Run to the door. Open the door. Husband comes in. Mind the child, my lady. Acknowledge this. Mind the child, my lady. Acknowledge this. I'm sorry, is he not doing... The conditions are that the baby... Oh, it's just that the baby's true. It has to... Oh, okay, hold on. This... I need to add one. Variable... Hush baby requests is 0. Apply. There we go. Okay. He only gives you 2 seconds to do the thing. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, let him in. Mind the child, my lady. Okay. What dost thou await? Okay. Thus, the burden falleth upon mine shoulders. Okay. And then he goes to do it. Okay, he just keeps repeating that. Right. Okay. Great. It works. Ooh, okay. This is working. My real name is Justin. Oh, I knew that. It is really crazy knowing people primarily through usernames. Even like some of my closest friends, I'll refer to them as, like, my friend, should I say his name? Yeah, he's been on this. Yeah, he totally has been on this. My friend Ben, I'll call him by his... It's just all my friends. Like, in-game, when I'm playing games with them, or if I'm talking to them on Discord, I think just seeing their icon and their name, like, I'll call them... Like, my mind immediately goes to that instead of their real name. And there have even been times where, like, I have to stop and think, like, what the fuck is my friend's real name again? This person that I, like, see in real life and fucking, have spent time with and have grown close to. Like, I actually have to pause and think, like, what is their real name? Because I'll be like, okay, what's up, Ratabooty and Harriet Tubman? Or Harriet Tubgirl, sorry. And Ham, Obi Wong. Yeah. Okay. All my friends have nicknames. Out of my friends are strictly referred to as Red and Meatloaf. Uh-huh. Alright, I'm gonna add some time to this husbando timer. He needs to give you, like, a fucking moment to breathe. He should give you, like... Five seconds? Oh, but here's the thing. He... Maybe if I change this. Transition event, custom events, dialogue, end conversation. Maybe it'll only fire off since I'm doing that broadcast all. Or does it not do that? Wait, no, I don't do a broadcast all. I'm targeting the fucking goddamn FSM. Son of a bitch. when this happens, I'll send a new event called, it'll broadcast all, new global event called dialogue space end conversation character. So it's just a specific thing. So if I go to husband, here, change this to dialogue and conversation character. Oh, that is not pretty how big it is. Okay. But at the very least now, let's see if, does that work? Am I crazy? Is that stupid? I told a coworker of mine that I'm not good with names. He knows this. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, open the door. Comes in. Mind the child, milady. Let me look at his thing. Okay, I acknowledge this. Okay, then he gives me a little buffer. I'm just going to stand here for a few seconds. And then he says, what dost thou await? I acknowledge it again. And then he says, okay, the burden falls. Okay. This time, I'm going to quell the baby. And he did it. Nice. And then he continues on to the next part. Brilliant. It's kind of funny because it's not an ongoing thing. Like the husband doesn't like, because you can hush the baby and then he'll be like, okay, cool, now I'll actually start saying my dialogue. And then as he's saying that new dialogue, the baby can just start crying again. But I don't have anything in there where it's like he keeps bringing it up, like, hey, shut that baby up, or, you know. I kind of originally had it in there as like a thing to just draw attention to the fact that it exists. Kind of tutorialization, like half immersion, half tutorialization. I think it's fine. Okay, so let's. Oh, what'd you say? I had a coworker of mine that I'm not. I told the coworker he knows mine, but I don't know his. I responded, I don't really care to learn names because I don't talk to anyone. He responds, this is the $1 million question. What's my name? Progress. Wait, Meatloaf got his permaband. Wait, Progress. Oh, progress on this. Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a lot of coworkers that I had at my one of the last office-y jobs that I had, or like a job that I actually like went to in person, where I didn't know the names of a lot of people, or like I would have to really sit there and think or bust out my notes, because sometimes like when I meet people, if I'm like quick enough, I'll make a little journal entry. Today I met so and so. They are the person that blah 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 blah. You know. Yeah, journaling helps remember names. It's kind of a hack, because it's a little weird when you just put names in there. But if you make it into a journal entry, it at least for me, it's like I could tell myself this isn't as like creepy, or like, you know what I mean? I don't know. There's something weird about that. Meatloaf got his permaband from Applebee's for sneaking his fainting goat in on multiple occasions. He's something else. That's actually funny. Fainting goats used to kill me. That shit used to make me laugh so hard. It's still really cute. Heisenberg. Let's open up the husband. Okay, so now that the baby's not crying, he still does this. He still starts the conversation. Wait a minute. So what happens if you know when I didn't check? What happens if I do hush the baby before he comes in? All right, excuse me guys, but I'm going to have to play with the audio. And you're going to have to bear with the sounds of a baby crying. Here we go. I'm going to mute my mic for a sec. Sorry. Okay. R.I.P. Charles the Goat. Dude, so this is strange. I don't know. Does anybody have any answers about how to resolve this whole screen space canvas clipping through our baby? Sheesh, I don't know if I should be here. I want to be surprised when I play. I agree. I started a late stream today because I wanted to get as much spoilery stuff in and then come to the stream with like less spoilery stuff. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. It is quite the dilemma. Sorry, I just keep looking back at the calendar. I'm just like, okay. I do love streaming though. Don't worry, this is the very beginning of the game. Right now, this is like fine. But how the hell do I resolve this shit, dude? I'm gonna Google it really quick. Let's see. Model clip Unity screen space. Wait, what is it again? Screen space, camera, canvas, model clipping. How to prevent UI from clipping through game objects. World space canvas on top of everything, question mark. If you have a lot of UI elements visually attached to game elements, then you're going to want to use world space. If you want your UI to look like an overlay, you're going to want to render your game and the UI separately and then composite them together. Add new camera, set to a higher... Oh! Is it the higher... No, wait. Add world space canvas. Simply click to use that camera. Also set order in layer to a high number. The image is of the scene view. Well, this is what it looks like in game. So I have to... Add a new camera, set the depth to a higher number. Any world space canvas items, simply click to use that camera. Okay. Put your UI layer on a layer called UI if that isn't used already. Duplicate your main camera and call it UI camera. Okay. Am I being a baby? I really like that it takes on the qualities of the post-processing stuff. But am I being a baby if I just change it to overlay? Let's see what happens. Because I remember looking at it and being like, oh, it looks wrong if it's not. Yeah, I'm not a fan of... Look how clean that is. You know, it looked a lot better when it was like... Yeah, see, that just doesn't look as good. Right? Like, this looks kind of gross. So, maybe I can use that one camera that I made for... Where the hell did I put that camera? Here we go. Sheesh, or if you don't mind me asking, what's the game about? I hear multiple sounds being activated at once. The game is about you being a mother with a child in that lives in an area where there's a witch, and it's just one day in your life, and the game will always end at the end of the day. So you could stand here in the room and do nothing from the moment it starts, and something different would happen by the end of the day than if you did something else. So hopefully the player can have fun with like making all sorts of decisions that result in like a million different little moments and endings, but that that the game doesn't wait for them, so that the game world sort of keeps pushing forward and things are happening, and it doesn't really care if the player participates or not, because the player's lack of choice is sort of a form of participation in itself. I don't think I could make a horror game. I make a joke out of damn near everything. Maybe I could experiment with comedy and horror, but I don't think I could make a game that was actually scary. I don't think. Yeah, you know what the thing is? I was kind of thinking about this as I was like brainstorming ideas for what a game for Halloween might be like. Because I was like, I want to make a game for Halloween, and I think the obvious answer is horror. But then I was like, I don't think games actually scare me. Movies either. I don't think anything ever actually scares me unless it's a jump scare. The only feeling I would actually attribute to like most like horror media is like disturb. If the world and if like the immersion and you know acting, voice acting, whatever it is, the story is interesting enough, right? Like if I'm literally just interested in the content enough, if I suspend my disbelief, I may feel disturbed, and that's about as close as horror media will get to scaring me. But it never actually scares me. I can't say that that's like the feeling I feel, or at least that's not the word I would describe. Uh, it's not the word I would use to describe my feeling. I would describe my feeling in most horror media as disturbed. It makes me feel like uneasy, or like, oh, that's just like disturbing, or like, oh, it gives me anxiety like thinking about that, or like watching it. Like Killers and or you know even like when I was rewatching the Edgars movie, the Robert Eggers The Witch. It doesn't scare me. It just like it makes me fucking anxious. Like there's a scene where, spoiler alert, somebody's like possessed and they're like freaking out. That shit doesn't scare me. It just makes me really really anxious. Um, and there's parts where the witch is like doing witchy, spooky, witchy things, and it doesn't scare me. It just makes me anxious. I'm just like, oh, like that's so gross. It's disturbing. It's a disturbing thought. Um, but yeah, I think, and I suspect that that's what people are describing when they talk about being making, or when they talk about consuming scary media. Um, that's a really good mechanic. Wait, which one's a really good mechanic? What did I say? Right. Do you mean just like Do you mean the overall thing? Long legs equals highly disturbing. Like a daddy long legs? Dude, same here. I want to watch a movie that had me wanting to call a friend to sleep over at my place. I want a scary movie that has me turn all the lights on in the house at night. Yeah, because like when I was a child, I would kind of get that. And I haven't felt that in a long time. In fact, I would go as far as to say is actually the only thing that truly scares me is like nonfiction media, like historical accounts of like fucked up things happening. And it's like if I'm by myself in my apartment and I just watched a bunch of shit about like here's how somebody living on their own in their apartment, you know, by themselves was murdered and nobody knew about it. That kind of shit scares me. Because then I just start putting myself in those. Like it disturbs me too, but it also does make me start getting that like I'm scared now, because it makes me start fearing for like my life because it's like a real threat. But I actually crave, and I mean this quite literally, crave and desire, kind of like what you're saying, which is like you want to watch a movie that had me wanting to call a friend to sleep over at my place. I want a scary movie that has me turn all the lights on in the house at night. Like that type of feeling. I kind of crave it, because when I was a kid I would watch things about like aliens and like, you know, cryptids and Bigfoot and all that shit, and that would actually like it would make me feel nervous going into like a dark room. And I used to yeah, I used to not like it, but at the same time I look back at that type of feeling very fondly. I sleep with my pistol under my pillow. Long Legs is the Nick Cage horror flick. Oh, yeah. I heard about this. That's some risky shit. Yeah, pillow, gun it or pillow. Okay, so in the main camera, culling mask, turn off UI. In the UI camera, turn everything off but UI. Okay. So in my little special camera, let me copy and then paste as child. And then UI is on. And this one will turn off UI. Save. All right. What do you guys think? Do you think it'll work? Please fucking work. Let's give it a shot. Here we go. No rat in the chamber, though. I'm paranoid it would be moving around in my sleep. Okay, so it is not rendering. Oh, but what about... Nope. Not gonna play that sound. These fucking chicken eggs keep spawning. Layer UI. Oh, because I'm rendering. Okay, hold on, hang on. Wait. Okay, I'm so close. It might actually. Okay. Almost missed that. There we go. Now let's see if that works. Just keep mine in a small safe under my bed. Ooh, look, it's getting close. It's getting close. I might need 3 fucking cameras in my scene. Or I can change this. But then, yeah, I think I need 3 cameras. Okay. That's okay. So I will keep this activated. Okay. And then in my camera, we'll call this our UI camera. Will this work? Let's find out. Let me select my UI camera and press play. I love that filter, Steven. It looks like it was filmed with a Super 8 camera. Thanks. Oh, wait, let me change. Okay. Oh, wait. So this don't clear. What about depth only, solid color, skybox? Solid color. What if it was transparent? I'm only rendering things with the UI. Oh. Canvas. Oh, dude, that's really funny because before it was... there's so many things I'm trying to juggle in memory right now. Canvas renders UI camera. Screen space camera. That way, it will render the post-processing. In the UI camera, change clear flags to depth only. In the UI camera, change the depth to something higher than your main camera. Depth only. Yeah, I love this filter. It really, like, it's it's several filters from several different assets combined into one. So it's like a weird old movie vibe plus retro game vibe. It blends two things that have never really actually in any media, like, you know, in any realistic way, right? Like like there's no celluloid and, do you know what I'm trying to say? It doesn't really make sense, but it feels right. Is what I'm trying to say. I need to invest in one of those gun safes. The vignette is a nice touch for a game like this. I have kids safe, so it must be. If the filter had a slight flicker, it would look like a vintage found. It does have a flicker. I don't know what you guys can see so much. I remember looking back at one of these streams and seeing that it does look a little different on stream. But there is a flicker. And there's a value to change to adjust for that. Even right now, as I move my mouse across the screen, it updates and like it, or actually does it when I'm in this mode? Yeah, I think so. But it has like a slight flicker to it, and I can kind of crank that up or bring it down, and it looks really nice. Okay. This is a bummer though, because let me see what happens when I play it once. That's getting the effect. UI camera. Oh, it has to be on top, that's why. But what's weird is that okay, hang on. It could be on post-processing, maybe? Why doesn't it get processed like this? Oh, I just need... Okay, there we go. So it just needs to be put on both of these. Okay. Oh, shit. But then it really futzes it up. If the filter had a slight, or maybe some scratches and artifacts every now and then, so it looks like dust and film. It does. I think a lot of it's getting lost in... it's really subtle on my end, so it's probably also getting especially lost through the compression on YouTube. But I can also crank that up. There's also a value. So maybe it is worth not being so subtle. The way to describe your game is the LARP layer describing the LARP player maybe describing the Disney World, Star Wars, Star Cruiser hotel business model and how they were hoping to pull repeat customers wanting to experience every missed nuance. Yeah, that is kind of the dream, making that like basically building like a Westworld thing. I have in the last few months actually gone down that rabbit hole, without saying too much. I started working on prototyping a theme park, like a in real life theme park, and have been looking into warehouse spaces. I even did. I technically could find out still within the next week. I have 1 week. I put in applications to lease a warehouse to um, start start a theme park prototype. That's all I'm gonna say on this. Actually, I don't really want to talk about that much more, um, because I think it's gonna be a no. I don't think I'm gonna get the place, and I just have so much other shit that I'm already switching gears to. And I just yeah. Anyways, hopefully that sounds fun and interesting enough, but I don't really want to talk about more than that. Okay. What if I change this to UI again? All right. It's funny how that even. Layer. No anti-aliasing. The pixelization factor. I guess I could change it and all this. It just, god damn it, it would have been so nice to just have that one. Oh, does that mean I could turn it off? Okay, hang on. Maybe that's the solution. If I go in here and I go copy the post-processing layer, paste it on my UI one, go back here, disable it, copy the post-processing, PSX post-processing effect, and disable it, and then also paste it on here. Change this depth to 5. Put the layer to post-processing. Save it. Does that solve the problem? Okay, so far so good. And then you wake up like this. Let me turn off gizmos. Or actually, I'll pick up the baby. Open the door. Oh, he's not fucking saying anything. Oh. Canvas is on. It's on the layer UI. UI camera should be rendering UI. That's strange. Because let me try that one more time. I may be encountering, I may be misinterpreting. I don't want to diagnose this incorrectly. Escape room tangent, not really an escape room. What are you going to release the game on? This game will be on PC, and it will be through itch.io initially, and then I would like very much to put it on Steam shortly thereafter. Calling mask UI, it's the only one that it renders. So it does it right from the beginning, right? So okay, if I play this, it gets this right, and I say this, cool. It even does this right. Oh, it does not render my... Okay, so I have mouse control back, so I know that means... Like, where the fuck is the UI? I know I'm in conversation. That means I'm in conversation. But where the hell is it? I need to run, my dude. It's damn near 2 a.m. here. Staying up this late in your 40s feels different than it did when I was in my 20s. I hear you. Thanks for swinging by, Frank. Hope you got some good work done tonight. We'll hanging out and chat. Have a good night. Get some good rest. And I will keep trying to figure out why this stupid UI piece of shit is not working. Camera aspect. Oh? Maybe my aspect ratio control as well. Oh, this is so confusing. Oh, there's something blocking this now? What could it have been? Damn, now there's something blocking this. I do not understand that. Main canvas, reticle. Oh, it shouldn't be a raycast target. That still doesn't make a difference. Hmm. Maybe if I got rid of the aspect ratio control, was that a problem? The aspect ratio control fucked it up. Okay. So what if I put it... Does component order make any difference? Make sure this component is attached on the main camera. Okay. Okay, what if I removed it from here and then put it on the main cam or put it on this camera? Okay, please, please, please work, because I did not try that yet. Please work, please work. It doesn't let me click. Fuck. I really don't understand what's happening there. The aspect ratio gets changed. Okay. Let me see if there's any other methods. This other person says you're going to need a custom shader for your world space UI objects that has its render order to overlay and has its z-test turned off. This is a copy of the default UI shader with necessary changes should do the trick. Just make a material with this shader and apply it to everything you want drawn over the top of geometry in your world space UI. I want my world space UI to be rendered. Or, I'm sorry, screen space. I don't want a world. I don't have a world space UI. You need to, if you use screen space camera and don't want objects to overlap UI, change it to depth only. Is this the same thing that I'm trying to do right now? If you still need some objects to overlap UI. I don't want a world space UI. All I want is a UI that is affected by... Okay, I should search instead Unity UI post-processing. Apply post-processing effect to all UI elements. If you're using Canvas, then change render mode to screen space from just dragging your camera closer. What is happening is probably a post-processing effects is doing it. Is there any other way? Setting canvas to screen space camera, changing the canvas plane distance to 0.06, changing the camera's near clipping planes to 0.01, turning off any depth of field volume override, setting the camera's anti-aliasing thing. Is that the only way? You change your space camera plus drag. It's unfortunate that I have so many disparate effects because I want the aspect ratio. May I try and help? Where are you stuck? So I have 3 different effects that I have placed on the camera, so that like whatever's rendered in front of you, it's a post-processing effect from. There's 3 things. One is the post-processing stack, right? Just the classic standard render pipelines post-processing stack. So that is giving it the these like retro filters and stuff that I have. That's like the vignetting and stuff that you see. And then I have PSX style pixelization filter and dithering filter. That's like one thing that goes on top of it. And then the last one is the aspect ratio converter. So it forces the screen to be rendered in a certain aspect ratio, which is different from just putting bars on your screen. What it's actually doing is like you can have a 16:9 monitor, you can have a 4:3 monitor, you can have all these different crazy shaped monitors, and it will always force the aspect ratio that I'm trying to give you, which is, what do I have it set to? I think it's like a 4:3 or something. Yeah, 4:3, which is like the square, right? Classic little film square, which is not what you see here. That's because it doesn't turn on until the game's running. So in editor, it looks like it's in 16:9 right now, but when I play it, the aspect ratio control turns it into 4:3, the square, right? So that's what this is right here. These edges are the negative space that is not being rendered by the camera anymore, which is why you need a second camera in the scene to render nothing. So I have the second camera on the screen and the culling mask is set to nothing. And so literally its only purpose is to fill in like black around the edges. So, which is weird because actually it's not even working right now. Let me play this and then I go, let me see, depth. There we go. So if I change it to like 1, that's how it should look. So I'll keep it at 1. Oh wait, that's weird. Okay, but I should still be able to play it. Okay, so now we have this proper. But the problem is, oh darn, I just found myself waking up. It's 3 a.m. here. That's a cool feeling. I kind of like that. I like falling asleep at my desk really late. It's midnight right now for me. I should probably wrap it up soon. I might go to like 1 maybe. Yeah, I might be on for like another hour. I just want to sort this out. This feels like just such a fucking, it should just be an easy thing to solve. Oh god. Yeah, and then there's this weird thing where like I can't click my buttons anymore. When I use let me search camera in here. So it's like I get really close because if I go to this and I go to PSX camera, if I'm using the aspect ratio control here on the PSX or the main camera, right? And then my UI camera, if I got rid of that, save this, then the result I end up with press play. Oh wait, did I not turn it on? Shit. God damn it. It is on. Why isn't this rendering in 4.3? Oh, right. Because the UI isn't in 4.3. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. Right now, my canvas I need to ask ChatGPT. What is the 4.3 resolution for resolution equivalent of 720 by 480, right? Because it's just going to make the assumption for width, I imagine, but it could do both, so whatever. 640 by 480. So if I change this to 640, maybe this will be the ticket. Fingers crossed. Turn off the second camera and see if you can click. Good night, guys. Bye-bye. Okay, that didn't change my canvas, which is unfortunate. Canvas, scale with screen size, constant pixel size, constant physical size, scale with screen size, shrink, match width or height. I guess that's the reference resolution, but can you just remember what did you do before it broke? Well, I never got it. I never got it to, like, yeah, it was always broken. It's just the problem has been changing. Like, so before all this, like earlier today when I was just kind of going through the motions and everything was seemingly fine, it was until I had the baby in my hands and then the dialogue popped up that I realized the baby clips through dialogue. So that was just always true, but I just didn't notice it until that moment. And then I tried fixing it by doing this thing where you have a camera dedicated to only rendering the UI, which is what I have now. But I think it has something to do with this fucking weird little aspect ratio thing. So can I find aspect ratio control? Let me just open this shit up. Take a look at the script. Easy aspect ratio. Scripts. So, okay. Private camera, black bar camera, target ratio, get current game window aspect ratio, viewport height multiplier, get the camera component, and this camera gets It's the black bar camera. Create a new game object and add a camera component to it. Black bar camera. What's weird is it's saying that it does this thing where it creates a new black bar camera. Set the black bar camera as a child of the main camera. Wait, does it really do that? I feel like it totally doesn't do that. I feel like I had to make my own shit. Alright, I'm gonna close this. Or deactivate it. Press play. Oh, it does make a black bar camera. Oh. Oh, my allergies are killing me. We have an idea. Hit play. Is the mouse locked by any chance? No, the mouse wasn't locked. Because I could definitely see my cursor. Do you have a mouse lock reticle FSM maybe on somewhere? No, it definitely wasn't it because I was able to move my mouse around. Sorry, that was gross. I probably should have muted the mic. Allergies are just kind of kicking my ass right now. But okay, this is closer at least because I did just realize that it creates this black bar or this. It instantiates this new camera. Okay, that's interesting. Bless you. Thank you. Okay, that's good. It does instantiate its own camera, which I didn't realize before, so I actually didn't need to make my own. But it's instantiating it with settings that don't work. It was this before, -1, which you can see, or I'm looking at right now, the C# script. It does instantiate to the camera depth to 1, but I'm going to change it to... Oh, actually -1, but if I change to the culling mask to nothing, except for UI maybe? Or it should just be nothing. Yeah, I think the problem is that when it instantiates this camera, it doesn't set the culling mask. And it needs to set the culling mask to nothing. Let me ask ChatGPT really quick. How would I set the culling mask of a camera component to nothing? In C# for Unity. It's close now. There's still this other problem that's bugging me. I'll show you in a sec. Okay. Dot culling mask. So let me just change this really quick. So black bar camera dot culling mask equals, what is it? 0. Okay. So I just changed the thing. Let's see if now I can press play and if it automatically does it. Let's see. Great, it automatically does it, so at least I can set the culling mask. But now here's my beef. This is what kind of fucking rubs me the wrong way, is that my vignette is for a 16:9. You can see it in the corners, like right here. You see it just my whoa, what the fuck? Oh my god. I don't know what's happening. Oh. Okay, that was okay. I know there was something very weird happening there. But anyways, back to what I was saying is you can see that on the left and right bars, they're just clean. They just completely cut off. Whereas the bottom, it's vignetted, and that's because my the black bar camera is properly rendering this as in its 4:3 context, but my other camera is not. I wonder if I remove this. No, I can't do that. Maybe I can. Let me just try one more time. I tried this earlier, but there's a lot of things that have been changed since then. So now I'm kind of like, maybe this will work. It does this look for the tag main camera though. Okay. Doesn't say anything about tags. Fingers crossed. Here we go. That's fucked up. Because now it doesn't add the black bar camera. This is correct now. Okay. Wait, so maybe it's getting closer, so at least the vignette's right. Maybe the black bar camera just needs... Yeah, it just needs a different depth. I'm going to change it to 0. Oh, wait a minute. No. I saw him disappear. I need to make sure that the models, I can see the models as well. I kind of have to like rush through this because that food comes in all willy-nilly. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna pause like that. Take my black bar camera. Change the depth. Oh, that's so annoying. Wait. Depth only? No. Solid color. And then what I want to render is... Okay, maybe because I made the change in the C# script, maybe I can put that aspect ratio control component on both cameras. Maybe. Paste component is new. Save. Press play. I think that did it. Okay, I just put it on both of them. There's 2 black bar cameras now, but fucking... C'est la vie, bitch. Let me see. So his dialogue should still pop up weird, which is okay. One step at a time. So right now, this is better than it. This is kind of one of the closest points I've gotten to. So now the only problem I have to solve is, and I should keep it here so I can keep it running, how to get this to render my UI, because it's not rendering my UI right now. Layer UI. The UI camera should only be rendering UI. Oh! I just have to change its near plane. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Near plane, down to 0.01. I'm going to keep it on the post-processing layer. I might have to change the depth again. Let me find out. Ooh, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Okay, come on in, husband. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, it all comes together. And I can... And now he should just tell me his long monologue. Wait, right? Or did I... Maybe I didn't program that part yet. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay, so this basically works. Fucking A. Buddy SSD, damn. Yeah. Okay, so fuck, huge detour trying to get that sorted out. Let me test the... I just want to see, because the last time I was here was when I realized that the baby was clipping through the plane, so now let me actually play through... Alright, so I'm going to let him in, and he's going to make a comment about the baby crying. Mind the child, my lady. Okay? And I'm just going to ignore it. Okay? What dost thou await? Okay? And then I'll pick up the child. Oh, so that's interesting. Oh, okay, this is great. So this moment right here, I'm holding the child, and the overlay is on top of everything. This is finally how, all is right in the world now. This is what I tried to get to. It's dope. Just make the reticle appear after she stands up from the bed. But that's polishing stuff, so not important first. Oh yeah, totally gonna. I also want to change the reticle shape or I want to do something to change the reticle when something's interactive or not. Definitely gonna put up interaction text and stuff like that too, so if it's like a click or hold or tap or if it's E or I'm gonna put in all that stuff. All the quality of life stuff needs to go in for the release. I learned that lesson with Memories of a Spy. So what's interesting, though, is that he just keeps saying this. Take my baby outside. Put my baby down. Oh. Okay. He just keeps repeating himself. It's really funny to me. Okay. But the thing I did notice right now is that so if he goes, hey, stop the baby from crying, and you don't do anything, he'll go like, what are you waiting for? And if you don't do anything, he'll go, fine, I'll do it. Um, so I got to that part. I got to the point where he was about to say, fine, I'll do it. No, actually, I did get to the point where he said, fine, I'll do it. He hadn't said it yet, but I picked up the baby. So I was holding the baby. And you know what? Here's how you solve that problem. Um, instead of thus the burden falleth upon mine shoulders, that means that he picks up the baby and he um because if it goes to this, right, if he says that he'll do it, then like, basically what it does is it checks if the baby's still crying, and then he says he'll do it. But if you're holding the baby, that means he has to take the baby from you. Um, Now, I have two options. One option is the original, which is that I make the husband take the baby and then he hushes it. And then what, he like puts it down or something after, right? Which is work, more work, where it's like I have to animate him holding the, even if it just means positioning his arms or whatever it is, there's just more tedium to sort of like he goes to wherever the baby is, it switches to an animation of him holding the baby and doing this. Because, you know, what are you going to do? Like, have him just have his arms like this and then the baby goes, it just, I can't, I don't mind jank, but that's like too janky. Um, so it would have to be that it actually has a matching animation, at least of the arms doing this with the baby in his arms. Which is fine. It's just a lot of work. Or, and then by the way, he puts the baby down after that. And by the way, the baby's going to keep crying again after that. Or, I can just change the line to something along the lines of um, like fine, just let it cry then. You have him say something where it just goes like, okay, I guess we're just gonna let the baby cry. Or you can maybe have it so he repeats his other lines. Um, Maybe I could just have him. Let's just have him say three different things. Instead of hushes the baby, he'll say he'll say I beseech thee, or I beg thee, hush the child, uh, my wife. And then you make a link to here. So he'll just keep saying that until you actually shush the baby. I think that That just saved me time from animating and shit like that. Okay. Let him in. Mind the child. Okay. Just gonna walk around and not do jack shit. What dost thou await? Okay. Just not doing jack shit. Just letting the baby cry. I beg thee, hush the child, wife. Okay. Not hushing the child. Okay. Now I'll hush it. And then he continues. So, now in husband, I can change it to basically just this again. What is the conversation again? He says, I have been followed, and then you say these two things, and then, okay. And then he either goes to hunt or goes to work. So I have to program those two things. This is great. I feel like this is actually, the setup is, it's not super clean, but I feel like I'm starting to understand the setup a little bit better. I just needed to get through one sort of batch of like decisions that are like, you know, affecting the AI of a character and also are supposed to be coordinating with the variables within the dialogue system. And once I got one of these down, I feel like implementing the rest of the beats in the story should be at least a little bit more straightforward. So I should be able to play the game all the way to the point where he says that he'll go do a thing. Okay, and then I'll pick up our child and I'll hush it. And he says, I have been followed by a wicked spirit in the guise of a hare. Mine attempts to frighten it away were in vain. Whispered to me it did, tempted me with sinful promises. Oh, look at that. That should not be like that. So, what do I do about that? I have to go down to this, go to this, go to this, dialogue panel, response, or is there like a padding in this one? No. NPC subtitle. Okay, so the responses. I can't just change its position. I want to change its position relative. Maybe I have to break its dialogue up. Is there a way that I can take... Oh. Is my mouse dead? Hold on. I think my mouse battery just died. 1 second. There we go. Cool. Sorry about that. So I think I just move this conversation, or I change this conversation to be multiple things, right? So is there a way to do that automatically? Description, actor, group? No. To organize children as a group? No. Menu text, sequence, add response menu sequence, conditions, script, events? No. All right, so I will take, I have been followed by a wicked spirit in the guise of a hare. My attempts to frighten it away were in vain. Okay, and then I'll take the second part of this, create a child node, paste that in there, and then switch this so it's gray. And I think that means that like there has to be like a continue button, but I don't know how to force a continue button. Let me ask, or maybe it'll automatically give me one. I guess we're about to find out. So we'll get rid of these transitions and then make a link from here, make a link from here to there. Okay, so now let's see if it automatically gives me a continue button. If not, I could just Google it really quick. I have been followed by a wicked spirit in the guise of a hare. Mine attempts to... Okay, so he just automatically goes through it. It would be preferable... So now here's the thing, is that these answers do fit right here, but this takes up a lot of screen space. Is that okay that it takes up this much screen space? And the problem is just that, like, it already, like, futzes the fucking text so much. It's like, the text isn't super legible right now, you know? What does it look like if I maximize this? Let me try decreasing the amount of space between these lines, maybe. So if I go dialogue manager, old handwritten UI dialogue, scene, no, it's not okay to make it a little smaller. You tweaked the canvas settings before I saw it and it looked better. Well, if you mean when it looked like this, when it looked all smooth like this, I don't like when it looks like this. It has to have the effects on. Or I tweaked it before too, like when things got like scaled to the 16:9, when the aspect ratio changed. But what I think I could do is at least decrease the amount of empty space between things. I also don't want to make it a lot of, like, I don't want to make it super busy, because it is easier on the eyes when there's a little bit more space. But I think there's a nice little balance where it's like, if I go to the response menu, response text, and then in here, right, you change the line spacing down a little bit, like that. You change it to 2.6. So there might be some things bumping heads, like you see the bottom of these P's are hitting the tops of the R's just barely. I feel like I can kind of get away with that. And then the font size, maybe I change to 25. Ooh, or 26. And the canvas scaled settings when you were playing around before. You tweak the canvas. Wait, you tweaked the canvas settings before I saw it and it looked better. Do I do best fit? No. What about the actual font spacing? There's font size and line spacing, but where's the character spacing? The canvas scaler, remember when you were trying to find the previous issue and you were trying out stuff and you changed the way the whole UI scaled a bit? Yeah, I did that. I did that a few ways. I think I know what you're talking about, where it's kind of like, okay, we'll do a little bit of both. So what I'll do is I'll change this line spacing back to like, we'll do, I guess I'll leave it at 3. Okay, and then we'll go back out here to the canvas. We'll play the game just so we can look at it really quick and I can adjust it in real time. Okay, so we'll go to game. And then this, I think, is where we did it, right? Where I was adjusting these things. Right, so I was doing like constant pixel size, these things, right? Because this was essentially just changing how it was arranged to scale with the aspect ratio and everything. But there's a way that I could do something like that, right? Because I had it changed to like 640. And like this, it is pretty big. But you start doing this, let me see, if I do 850, if I play it maximized, is that better? I'm trying to imagine, because I'm playing on a 4K monitor right now. If somebody's playing on a, oh, let me change it. This is actually great. So if I played on 1920 by 1080, this is how people would be seeing it. And actually you guys are seeing something smaller, because I'm actually on a, or is this, I'm broadcasting the full image that you're watching, the stream is a 1080p stream, but it is getting a 2K, I believe, a 2K resolution down-resed into 1080. So in my 2K image right now, this center black box is the real, truly 1920 by 1080, like just standard HD. Or call it full HD, right? So this is 1920 by 1080, what I'm seeing. So you guys are probably seeing something closer to like 720 by 480, because this is taking up some like relative or proportional like downscaling. It's hard. It's hard to. How could I? Yeah, I guess I could just change my resolution right now. I don't want to change my resolution though. Anyways, I'm looking at this right now and I'm saying that this is still kind of too small. Let me change this back. What if I went back to 720 and then I maximize this? Okay, now hear me out. And is this fucking insane? What if the dialog UI did not abide by the 4:3 aspect ratio so that it can take up more screen? That would look... I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna try it though. UI camera 16 by 9. Or I guess I have to do it before runtime. Let me see. 16. Oops. 16 by 9. Let's see what happens. Oh, I forgot. Then my vignette gets all fucked up. But let me... That's actually not too bad. That's not too bad, huh? What if in the next dialog, since it will have more information, text the scalar size will change for the text to fit in the screen? You can always tweak the scalar size depending if there's a lot of text on the screen or not. Yeah, but then it's like so inconsistent. I'd rather have a like a uniformity. And okay, and so by the way though, like how about this, right? Where it's like the UI extends to the full 16:9, so more can fit on screen. Let me screenshot this just so I can have a reference. I'm gonna turn this off, and then under aspect ratio, go the fuck away. I'm gonna change this to 4:3 again, save it, press play, and I'm gonna see what the difference is. Like, is it that much of a difference? Like, am I really gaining that much more real estate? I don't think so, actually. I think I'm actually okay with it, like, doing it like this. Because it already took up so much screen space. I think I'm okay with this, right? This isn't that big of a deal. I think now it takes even more screen space. Oh, it definitely does. This one takes up more screen space. I just reverted it back to the old one where it took slightly less screen space in the center, right? It kind of like this top part got squished up towards the top and this bottom part got squished towards the bottom. So it took more horizontal screen space. This one takes more vertical screen space. And since the only sort of world rendered image is in predominantly vertical screen space, it gets covered up by the UI. How do... All right, let me... You know what's kind of crazy is I think the line spacing on NPC text, yeah, look at that. That's 3.25. That's a whole quarter more. I'm going to change it to 2.8. And I'm also going to change the response text to 2.8. the line spacing. Say that's at 26, and then subtitle text. I'm also gonna change the font size to 30. Okay, I think I'm kind of pushing the limits here. I'm gonna get right on the edge of what I think is comfortable. Let me also play this maximized. Whisper to me, did attempt to sinful conversations to make harm on me and my innocent family. Nick, I was to if the man before me, the hero, if the man before me, the hero, I would undertake a swift hunt. They may feast upon hair this eve. I think this actually looks okay. I think what I need to do is break up some dialogue more, and also the text size for the NPC is 30, whereas the text size for the player is 26. So I'm going to actually bump that up to 30, because that's where I think 26 was too low. I'm going to go to the dialogue, and I'm going to break up. Oops. I'm going to move these down, and I'm going to break this one up so that whispered to me it did, tempted me with sinful promises. I'm going to make this its own line now. Okay. So I've just kind of learned my lesson that sometimes if it's like a little monologue they're giving, I need to break up their text. I think this will actually play nicely right now. Let's give this a little spin. Yeah, I feel like that's okay. The thing I am wondering though is I still haven't really figured out how. Let me see. Where is? Oh, nope. I'm not talking. Shut up, Siri, you stupid fucking bitch. The down part needs scaling down. I like the top part. I agree. That's literally just what I was about to do. Totally on the same page. That's totally what I'm about to do right now. Response menu panel. So I think I change its height to 100. No, 200. Oh, ooh, shit. 200. 150. Okay, I feel like 150 is chill. Yeah, and its position is y. So I'm going to take this rect transform, copy component, stop that, go to the original one. Okay, and it was in the response menu panel, paste component values, save. So now the player just has to scroll a little bit more to see their options. But only when the dialogue gets huge like this. Right. So that's the thing I was trying to figure out before is like, see this? See how it's like I have these two options? I wish it would just, like, I wish I knew where the setting was where there must be some value where it decides when to put a scroll wheel. Because for this, I wish it didn't have one. I wish it was just nice and clean, like they were like that, and there was no scroll bar. You know? Is this food about to burst in? Yep, he's already here. It's kind of funny because if you wait that long, he does go into this whole thing about how he's pissed that you're like, what the fuck were you doing this whole time? Grateful am I to God that my wife's heart beats. How bewildered am I that she stands there in vibrant health yet refused to unbar the door for her cherished husband, like a woman possessed, perhaps solely to behold me inflamed with ire. Is this what thou sought, to hear thy husband wail in fury? I acknowledge this. And then he goes on about the child. Mind thy child. Okay, Jesus Christ. He just comes in and fucking berates me. Alright, then he should start telling me his shit. Grateful I am. Oh. Ooh, good thing I caught that. After he says that, he should never return to it. Yeah, he should never go to that. Okay, so I have to put in a little check for that. I think the script is. I just don't like that you have to scroll down to see the second answer. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. If they're short answers, I don't mind if they're like large blocks of text. But yeah, I agree. Okay, so for these things, I need to add in a script that says variable new entered husband entered home is true. Is false. Or no, it sets it to true. And one of these conditions should be that husband entered home is false. And same thing with this one. A condition, husband entered home is false, apply. But the script should be that gets set to true. Whoa. Okay, good. Apply. Okay. So now let's see if he goes through those motions. Yeah, do a billion, then you can drag it to a playmaker of a sim. You can change stuff like canvas UI, scalar size, so every dialogue is tweaked according to your liking. I don't want to tweak every dialogue. That's the thing is I think I just need to crack open the dialogue system manual because there has to be just a value to automate this process. I can't go in there and just start fucking hand entering scale values for like that's insane, you know. I hope it's not like I don't think it's like that. Did I make him wait that long? Okay, geez. Oh, you know what? He can never go straight to. I don't have one that goes straight. Oh wait, I do have one that goes straight to here. This one needs a condition though. It should be that what's with this lag when I click on the interface? Oh, not quest. Sorry, I guess that I'm tripping. Husband entered home is true. Apply. And also that baby is crying is false. Apply. Okay. Yeah, it's so annoying having that scroll bar for two small phrase answers. It's super annoying. Okay. Why isn't he saying anything? Why isn't my husband talking to me? Wait a minute. Are we not rendering? Where does it say? Where? What? Where's the conversation at? Oh, because I said husband entered home is true, and only these ones do that. It shouldn't be husband entered home. It should be husband berated wife. My bad. So this one. I also just realized that this problem I was having where it's like the whole text takes up the thing, I could just change the title of it. What ill fate, ... Oh, okay. No, actually that doesn't do it. That's kind of annoying. How come I can't title it? It's driving me crazy. All right, let me just fix the problem I came here for. So it's like, if he comes in and the baby's not crying, if he starts a conversation, maybe I just don't need this. this husband entered home. What if I just need variable baby is crying is false, apply. And since those other ones are priority, he'll go to those. So if he's mad, and he'll actually do it, but it'll never interrupt. Let's find out. So I'll let him get mad. Okay, he gets all pissed. Long ass monologue. I acknowledge this. Tells me to shut the baby up. Okay, acknowledge it. And then a few seconds later, he should. It's here. It says conversation started. Where is the conversation, though? Husband first enters. Is that not the name of the conversation? I'm tripping. I don't know. I don't know why. Let's see if it can even happen if I just hush the baby before he gets inside. Because if it doesn't... I actually don't know what that means if it doesn't. This has been a great learning experience for this Pixel Crushers stuff. Okay, so he still goes into that thing. Also, I realize it doesn't necessarily populate here. Oh, it does. It turns green. So that's green. Now cowers to her hair. Is the man before me? Okay, blah, blah, blah. So I can select this. Okay. Wait, what? Alright, because it goes there. He just gets on my ass about the baby again. Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't care about this fucking baby, dude. Okay, so that's the thing, though, is he gets there and, like, nothing... He doesn't start the conversation again. Dialogue. Yeah, no state on here is green. And I don't really understand why. Is it because this is a proper end? Ah, is that why? No, wait. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense because he still waits for the baby to stop. So yeah, I already did that. It's that this doesn't even have any conditions. It should just go straight to it. This one has a condition. It's that the baby crying is false. But that's all it should check for. I don't even know what the goddamn. I don't even know what the problem is anymore because the husband, it's always when it gets here. I might be tripping. Am I? Last check. Should be able to wake up, grab the child. Let me play the sound. Put the child to sleep. Open the door. Okay, he does go right into it. So I don't even remember what the problem was. Oh, it was when he gets mad. The problem I was seeing before was like, if we let him get here. Oh, because these are priority. And the husband entered. No, that can't be why. This doesn't set it to true. That doesn't have a... Was that why? That didn't have a semicolon at the end, and it should have. Maybe that changes everything. These conditions, they say, changes husband entered home to false. But that's the condition. It can only go here if that's the condition. This... The variable must be that baby is crying is false. Apply. Okay. So I have to let him get mad. Okay. Okay, it's 1:10. I said I would stop around 1. I'm just going to try to do this last test. Okay, so I'll pick up the baby. Make sure the baby doesn't cry. I'll let the dude come in and get all angry. Okay. Does his mean monologue. Acknowledge this. Okay, he does it now. Okay, I don't know. It works. I don't know what I witnessed before, but it works. Okay, yeah, it works as expected. I don't know. Maybe it was that semicolon that was missing. Maybe. I don't know. There's definitely gonna have to still do bug tests down the road, but kind of feel like taking a little walk through the woods again. How can this woman cook? Where is the kitchen? Yeah, you're telling me. There's a lot of conceits here. I have a stove asset. I just haven't put it in yet. I'm not. There's a lot. I did. Yeah, I was thinking like how far am I gonna have to go with this kind of stuff? Look, our rabbit doesn't spaz out. He just loops his animations now. He used to kind of like snap between animations. Was that where we came from, this direction? Should be able to hear the baby as I get closer, right? Yeah, there we go. How did kitchens look like back then? Just a fire pit, I guess? No, they had little stoves. I was just thinking it would be funny if he told her at the end, no, back to the kitchen. Yeah. Real funny. No, I think there's already going to be very surprising. Again, I don't want, you know what? Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I don't want to spoil anything. But there is some real jarring shit that I'm like, oh, I don't know how explicit I want to be with like representing things that happen in the game versus like are there ways that I can like imply certain things from happening, because there's a lot of actions and choices where I just, when I was writing the design document, I was like, oh, then you could do this and now you can do that. It's kind of thoughtless, or not, it wasn't thoughtless, but it was just like I was only focusing on like the narrative of it. But now I'm like, oh, writing that in words is a lot easier to swallow. And I don't mean like production wise. I mean like it's a lot easier to swallow like writing really graphic things versus being like, okay, now how do you depict something really graphic? Oh, also, you know what's funny is this rabbit, since it's pathfinding, and I changed the pathfinding of the trees, it does actually navigate through the trees, right? So if I go through like a really dense part of the wood, it'll like go around. See, like, where is it coming from? See, it went around over there. Go full 18 plus. Yeah, it's definitely when I put it on Steam and Itch, I'm gonna, or I don't know if Itch, I think Itch might have some of these, but on Steam, when I was making the Memories of a Spy sales page, does he just freeze at the end? I think that animation doesn't loop. I need to fix that. But yeah, on the Memories of a Spy Steam page, they made me fill out all the information about like like how graphic and stuff it is, and it's literally just everything, all of the things. It's like self-harm, sex, drugs, like language, I forgot, but it's just like fucking everything. Well, it's funny because I don't think of like Memories of the Spy as like this super dark game. You can like kill yourself in it. You can kill other people in it. There is drugs in it. There is strong language in it. But it doesn't. I'm not like, oh, Memories of the Spy is like this super fucked up game. It's so dark. Like I don't. I just think. Yeah, I don't know. But this game, on the other hand, it is kind of like, ooh, yeah, some of the shit is, it is fucked up and it is dark. You know what I'm saying? Let's put this right here. Keep our baby nice and warm. What are you looking at? Oh, I never thought of this backwards. Oh, I'm glad I just realized that. So I have the logic to be carrying a baby and then pick up other items because they're separate. but I don't have the logic in there to pick up an item and then pick up the baby. It doesn't let me. So I need to add a check for if it's a baby, then it lets me pick it up. Interesting. Will I be able to put mine one day? Will I be able to put mine one day? It has scenes of cherry and knife of children and babies. Or Steam is like, yo, chill. I think you can. I think you can, because Steam infamously has allowed some really graphic games on their platform and some really tasteless games. So I feel like if those games get in, you can kind of basically do whatever you want. I think like, I mean, I want to say that straight up there's even a game called, I don't know if it was on itch or if it was on Steam. It might have been a Steam page that you can wishlist on, but it's called Race Wars. Which I only looked up because I jokingly said I would make a game called Race Wars. And I was like, wow, some asshole actually did it, and they did it unironically, which is sad. Damn, note that so you don't forget. Yeah. I'll put the where's my should be able to equip equip baby while holding any other item. Right now only reverse is true. Yeah, on the list. Good call. Fucking hell, man. Great progress today. I can't believe I finished writing the story today. I finished writing the story and probably like 80% of the dialogue, if not like 90% of the dialogue. Yeah, I'm actually feeling really good about progress. Will this guy bump into it? If I... Huh. Oh no, because he's just a nav agent. Okay. Hello, husband. Little things like this, I feel like I'm gonna have to eat. Just like, alright, there's gonna be clipping. We just gotta... It's just a fucking video game, bro. There's always gonna be the assholes who try to break it, and that's okay, because every game is breakable. Alright, I think that's a good place to end stream for tonight. But thanks to everybody who swung by. What did I say? Today I did meh progress, but better than nothing. Just some polishing and added mechanic for one of the two enemies where she stops humming and sneaks behind some doors and waits for you. Ooh, that's spooky. Oh, I love doing that kind of AI shit. That sounds very spooky. Well, that is better than nothing. Good progress. Would high five you. Give you a E5. Alright, well, to everybody else in chat as well, thanks for swinging by. John Joe, thanks for swinging by. Enjoyed y'all's company. Hope you enjoyed mine. Maybe learned something. Maybe. Some entertainment. Okay. Well, I will hop on. Wait, today was Thursday, right? Or yesterday, technically. Yeah. So it's Friday. Cool. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a very similar setup if I do stream again tomorrow. I actually don't know if I'm going to. I think there's like a Halloween party this weekend. I don't know how I'm gonna go. Anyways, stay posted in the Discord. Long story short, stay posted in Discord. Okay, everybody, have a very good night. Thanks for swinging by. Peace, 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 peace.